that was actually
Yes.
I didn't see anything.
There was a funny moment with the Queen that really lost her class.
Oh, really? I didn't see
She
it.
was super
Oh, really? I didn't see it. Get a picture of it.
Thank you.
By the red arrows and the F-35 fighter jets flying in unison right over Windsor Castle, right behind the moon. The streak of red, white, and blue behind it. You could hear the crowd outside of Windsor Castle here erupting cheers as they saw it. And perhaps what is the high point of today, at least what a lot of people are looking forward to, in a day that's filled with this pomp and pageantry that really goes unmatched anywhere else. The President and the First Lady arriving this morning to nothing short of a royal welcome brought by horse-drawn carriage with Prince and Princess of Wales. The Guard of Honor assembled on the lawn outside of Windsor Castle as the American and the British national anthems were both played. And this historic trip marks the first time that a U.S. leader was invited for a second state visit to the United Kingdom. Now, there are some reports of protests taking place in London here in Windsor, but it's not so much the case. The scene is overwhelmingly positive from what we've seen. In fact, we see residents of the United Kingdom, some from the United States as well, gathering along the roads to welcome the president. We do see some wearing their red MAGA caps, some have flags draped over their shoulders, but a lot also unafraid to show their support for President Trump. was speaking your mind as a newfound to bring to the focus in the United States, but one here in the United Kingdom as well. It's an issue that is in the back of mind for a lot of people, especially conservatives in this country. President Trump and First Lady Melania now heading to a banquet tonight where the packaging will continue. 164-foot island table, silverware that is over 200 years old. Of course, Charles is expected to break a speech sometime tonight as President Trump, so we're calling that very closely to see perhaps get a glimpse of what those remarks will be, or President Trump says anything afterwards. Okay, thank you. We're good for like now. Sorry about that. Well, okay, so I heard that for some reason it's different. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. You know, like it's different in the for some reason. Please, yes. By a while, that was not supposed to be.
Thank you very much for joining us here in Windsor. We're outside Windsor Castle as the state visit, the second state visit of US President Donald Trump to the United Kingdom continues. You're watching our live coverage all day throughout this first full day of Donald Trump's unprecedented second state visit to the United Kingdom. After all, he's the first non-royal to have been invited to this honor. We have seen a lot of action here in Windsor throughout the day, and in fact we are now in the middle of what you might define as a lull in proceedings. We're not expecting to see of anything of the royal family or of President Donald Trump or First Lady Melania Trump over the next few hours before the state banquet begins and the first guests start to arrive. So no one really knows what they're doing, but they are within the grounds of Windsor Castle, and that is indeed where they have spent almost the entire day. A few minutes ago, we witnessed the fly past of the Red Arrows aerobatics team. A few people here in Windsor assembled for that one, knew exactly at what time they were going to be flying over Windsor Castle, and received some applause as well from onlookers. That was the last part of a military ceremony that was being held on the East Lawn inside Windsor Castle. The last time we saw footage of President Trump and of King Charles III before the state banquet. That is going to be probably the highlight of this visit for the first couple. It is going to be the first time also during this day where we will hear directly from Donald Trump and from King Charles. So far, just a few asides from President Trump toward some of the press that has been traveling with him, but nothing of note. That's when we will be hearing their toasts, undoubtedly one of the main moments of this state visit by Donald Trump to the United Kingdom. It's worth, though, looking back at what we have seen so far today. A day full of pomp and pageantry, of course, and also a day that has been designed to impress Donald Trump and leave him with the most positive impression possible of his relationship with the United Kingdom, with the royal family, and of course also with Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who was here in attendance for the military ceremony and for the fly past, and who will be inviting Donald Trump to Chequers, to his private retreat in the countryside tomorrow. All of them present for that military ceremony just a short while ago. Keir Starmer not in attendance for the very first part of Donald Trump's state visit. That was when he arrived here within the grounds of Windsor Castle just after noon here local time, with Marine One landing inside Windsor Castle and Donald Trump and Melania Trump exiting it to be greeted by Prince William and Princess Catherine. Thereafter, they were taken to another part of that official greeting, first contact, if you will, between Donald Trump and Melania Trump with King Charles and Queen Camilla. All of this very much part of a rehearsed spectacle that we have been able to observe large parts of during this day. It also included this much talked about carriage procession throughout the Windsor estate. This is the kind of thing that usually would happen inside the streets of Windsor, right here behind me, where you're seeing some people assemble. They would have been able to see that in normal times, if you will, but in this case, Donald Trump was kept very much behind the walls of Windsor Castle. Compare that to the last state visit. Well, that was in July of this year, and French President Emmanuel Macron also treated to a carriage procession. These are horse-drawn carriages through the streets of Windsor, so there was contact there, not necessarily physical, but there was some contact with the local population there for the French president. That is being kept entirely to a minimum, to pretty much zero today. There is no contact between Donald Trump and any local people and any potential protesters as well, of course. And there are possibilities for that to happen. We've only seen maybe a dozen protesters out here outside the gates to Windsor Castle. A few Donald Trump supporters also here in attendance, notable by their red hats, of course. But Donald Trump also is not expected to spend any time between now, this morning, local time, and tomorrow evening when he leaves Chequers, the private estate of the British Prime Minister. He's not going to be in central London at all. If he was right now, he might be able to observe at least part of the protest that is happening there right now. Thousands of people expected to attend the big protest against Donald Trump, against his state visit that is being held there right now. Let's look back at more of today's state visit, though. There was a part of this ceremony, of a ceremonial day that was taking place outside of Windsor Castle on the grounds of the estate. That was the carriage procession, during which Donald Trump and King Charles were in the leading carriage, if you will. They had one all to themselves and were able to spend about 15 to 20 minutes all by themselves in conversation. The next carriage thereafter, that was for the First Lady Melania Trump and Queen Camilla, also the two of them all by themselves, able to have a conversation before any other events here began. But it was after that carriage procession that we saw the renditions of the national anthems and the departure of Donald Trump and Melania Trump and the whole US delegation to the inside of Windsor Castle. That is where we must presume that they are right now. Again, it's going to take a few hours before we see the delegations again, and indeed before we hear from them as well. Likely to be one of the most important moments, at least in terms of what you will have heard from both King Charles III and President Donald Trump. Of course, these will be speeches that will have been planned very much in advance, certainly on behalf of the royal household, and maybe a little bit more spontaneous on behalf of Donald Trump if he does anything like he has done in the past. Again, it's worth looking at this schedule because today is very much a day that is being spent within Windsor Castle, and indeed the President and the First Lady will be spending the night here. But tomorrow, Thursday, is going to be a different story altogether. This is not really a political visit, with maybe the exception of a state visit always being used for political purposes to impress the visiting head of state, of course. But this Thursday will give Donald Trump and Prime Minister Keir Starmer the actual possibility to talk politics, to talk policy as well. And that is where the differences between the United Kingdom and the United States will come to the fore as well, of course. And there are huge differences politically between these two countries, despite the fact that the personal relationship between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer clearly is a good one right now, despite the fact that they come from completely different parts of the political spectrum. There are differences on Gaza, of course. The United Kingdom set to officially recognize Palestine as a state at the UN General Assembly next week in New York, together with other European countries as well. That is something that the United States opposes entirely. That is a huge difference between the two governments right now. When it comes to Ukraine, there are also big differences. The United Kingdom, together with the European Union and many other countries in the West, want the United States to be stronger in its opposition to Russian President Vladimir Putin, to keep on helping Ukraine militarily and financially, something that appears to be at risk during the second term for President Donald Trump. That is undoubtedly something that will come up at Chequers at the private residence of the Prime Minister this Thursday. And that visit will be followed by a joint press conference for the two leaders. And maybe that will be the moment where reality will come back, where the state visit really will feel like it will have come to an end for President Trump, because that is when he will be asked potentially difficult questions, and Keir Starmer too, about the differences between the two, about other things that have overshadowed this state visit, or at least have formed the backdrop to this state visit. Take, for example, the fact that the UK ambassador to the United States was fired recently by Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Lord Mandelson no longer has the office of ambassador to the United States. The reason? Because of his too close relationship with the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Indeed, there were images of Jeffrey Epstein together with Donald Trump that were beamed onto the walls of Windsor Castle that you can see behind me last night. A reminder that not everything is going all that well for Donald Trump right now. This is very much a priority for the UK press right now here in the United Kingdom. Not necessarily the subject number one, if you will, in the United States right now. It's worth remembering that Donald Trump came here to the United Kingdom yesterday to the backdrop of not an increase necessarily in political violence, but the fear of an increase thereof after the assassination of the conservative activist and big Donald Trump supporter Charlie Kirk. Indeed, Donald Trump has said that he will be traveling on Sunday to his remembrance ceremony in Arizona in the United States. So as usual, when it comes to bilateral meetings, when it comes to a state visit, you can look at it through different prisms, through the prism of the visiting head of state and through the prism of the head of state who is organizing this whole event. And that is definitely the case this time around as well. It's worth again talking about the protests, though, because that is an event that Donald Trump will not be witnessing. He is not a popular head of state at all in this country right now. A recent poll mentions that he might have less than 20% of a positive view from people in the United Kingdom. But still, he was invited to this state visit, something that has not gone down all too well with a lot of people here, many of whom have decided to protest and indeed are protesting right now as we speak in central London. Windsor, though, has been a calm place throughout the day. Yes, there have been a few Trump supporters here mingling without any kind of problem with those who have traveled here to oppose Donald Trump's state visit. They oppose the simple fact that he has been invited for a state visit, but also they, of course, oppose the politics and the policy of Donald Trump. But again, these are scenes that he is very, very unlikely to see because he's being kept very much within the confines of Windsor Castle. Within the next few hours, you'll be seeing first footage of the state banquet that is being held in St. George's Hall within Windsor Castle. It is going to be spectacular, undoubtedly, and if you were watching our live coverage earlier in the day, you will have been able to hear about a lot of details of that state banquet from our London-based correspondent, an expert in all things British royal family. She told us, for example, about the moment where we will find out what these dignitaries will be wearing, and also what kind of jewelry they might be wearing, whether there might be any symbolism in anything that is being arranged around the banquet table. And speaking of which, we already know what kind of gifts have been exchanged between the first couple and the British royal family, and it's worth looking at just the one because Donald Trump was given by King Charles III the flag, the Union Jack that was flown on Buckingham Palace on the day of President Donald Trump's inauguration. Maybe that is a reminder of what the really most important thing is during a state visit. It is to please the person who is visiting, to leave them with as positive an impression as possible. And of course, it doesn't damage that relationship at all if you give the President of the United States a flag that was flown on Buckingham Palace on the day of his second inauguration. So that is one of the gifts that Donald Trump will be leaving Windsor with when his state visit comes to an end. A state visit that has been called unprecedented many times, and there is a simple reason for that. This is the very first time that a non-royal has been invited for a second state visit to the United Kingdom. The last one came in 7 years ago for Donald Trump. That one, though, many parts of which did take place at and around Buckingham Palace. The big difference this time around, everything is very much contained within Windsor Castle. Other heads of state, of course, get invited by the royal family as well, but maybe this one is that little bit more controversial simply because of the timing. There would be some experts who'd say, why is this kind of an honor being given to someone as unpopular as President Donald Trump, and why so early in his second term in the White House? Why use that joker, if you will, during the first year of the 4 years that Donald Trump will be spending in the White House? For him, though, undoubtedly, this is the kind of thing he loves. This is not an opinion, this is not commentary. We all know that that is the case, and he has said so very clearly. He likes the British royal family. He has said it again today. He believes that he is a friend of King Charles III, and indeed, they have spent a lot of time together today. And that is where we are right now. They are all inside Windsor Castle right now. The next time we will see them, and you'll be able to see this on our live feed, will be footage that we'll be getting from the royal banquet that is going to be held tonight inside Windsor Castle. That is going to be tonight at 8 p.m. local time, make that 5 p.m. Eastern time. And the next time I'll be on to get you more details of what is happening inside Windsor Castle, what is happening here outside, and to take a look at whether the protests in London are getting bigger and share the footage with you. That will be at 7 p.m. Local time here. Make that 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is the next time we will be on air together. And we, of course, invite you to keep watching our live coverage of all the events surrounding this second and again unprecedented state visit by President Donald Trump to the United Kingdom. And if you're watching our live coverage right now, be it on YouTube or on our website on apnews.com, it's because we have journalists on the ground throughout the world. And if you want to support this kind of unbiased and independent journalism, we invite you to again visit our website and give us your support. That's at apnews.com/donate, apnews.com/donate. Of course, we would very much invite you to give us your support. And we thank you as well for watching our live coverage of this state visit. We'll be back soon with much more.
Also auf die Frage, was da eigentlich heute los ist, kann man sagen, dass hier ist damals das
Money doesn't go far enough, house prices are through the roof, and the far right, these millionaires, these billionaires, will never get home. Are promising people they can repair their broken lives, repair their broken communities, with deportation, with harsh anti-migration policies, scapegoating asylum, scapegoating diversity on the wall. Only compassionate justice politics tackling austerity and inequality could begin to repair this damage. And that's what we must do. Passionately, relentlessly, in the face of strong trust, in the face of multiple blood, in the face of coming over on us. I can hear the boots from last century marching down the decades towards it. The boots of not just doing their jobs. We've been watching genocide unfold across 2 years, while those providing support and cover are safely meeting as we speak. I'm afraid of the world forming around us, of history repeating itself so clearly, so blatantly. Once again, the vulnerable and minoritized are being blamed, scapegoated, and harmed. Once again, hate is becoming a popular movement. Impunity is in the air, and we must demand accountability. I often turn to a quote from John Steinbeck, who says, "For the goodness that grows in the right prepared to be cut down and rise up. It isn't an illegal thing, it's that it never will. But it doesn't know, and we have to keep fighting. It's time for us to take our place in the long line of the protest without end. Ours is a politics of love, theirs is a politics of division. We have to make ourselves heard, and tonight, I think we have. Thank you so much."
Commissioner Patel, will you please now welcome to the stage from Save British Farming, give a massive round of applause to Ollie Fletcher.
Hello, I speak for Save British Farming. We have brought our track team, I see over there, and we are very proud to stand with you today because we fight against substandard food. We do not want chlorinated chicken coming into this country. We do not want hormone-fed beef. Trump has come to this country to refine his trade deal. He will be dining with the King, trying to convince Starmer to sign a free trade agreement. We must make sure they know that our food standards and our health are off the table. Starmer has forced through the UK-US economic prosperity deal without parliamentary scrutiny. He used a negative procedure as standard reason. Parliament in this country is no longer sovereign. The executive is, with their unelected advisors. If, while dining with the King, Starmer is convinced to sign a free trade agreement with America, British farmers will not be able to compete on price with the processed American stock. Our standards are too high and our regulations are too strict. But if Starmer signs away our food security, if Starmer signs away our food production to appease Trump, he will also be signing away our security. We will be reliant on America for our sustenance. They will have us by the leg. He will also be signing away our environment. We have our animal welfare regulations and our environmental measures for a reason. And he will be signing away our health. We do not want chlorinated chicken to be forced into our homes. But perhaps most crucially, an American free trade agreement threatens our democracy. The UK-US economic prosperity deal has set a precedent whereby the executive makes decisions about what we can eat and what we can buy in the shops without Parliament lobbying. welcome you today. Do come and say hello by the tracks. Thank you very much.
Ollie, thank you, everybody. Will you now please welcome from the CMD, start clapping and cheering and welcome Sophie Barnes.
Thanks very much. It's so amazing to see so many of you. Tens of thousands of people on the streets against the disgusting Donald Trump. He's not welcome here, is he? We know that he's an absolutely massive threat to all of us. He's facilitating genocide in Gaza. He's pushed those NATO states to rearm on a huge scale across Europe and here in Britain, and massively increased the military spending of these governments. And of course, he's emboldening the far right and fascists across the globe. He's doing this to try and maintain the US as the #1 superpower in the world. But it's this US-led world order that has got us here, isn't it? To genocide, to climate breakdown, to global poverty, and the rising threat of nuclear annihilation. And now, Trump's deadly new nuclear weapons are stationed across Europe and here in Britain at a NATO base in Lakenheath, just 70 miles from here. Now these nuclear bombs are designed by the US specifically for war. Just one bomb has a destructive power to kill over 600,000 people and release deadly radiation, poisoning people, our ecosystems, and causing cancers for generations. And Lakenheath, this military base where these US nuclear weapons are based, has also been directly involved in Israel's genocidal war against the Palestinians. So we say, these bases are Lakenheath, these bases of death, they need to be shut down. We need to end this so-called special relationship with the US because it's just driving us towards war after war after war. And these wars are getting more and more dangerous and more reckless. And these nuclear bombs that are stationed at Lakenheath, they could be used in these reckless wars. And that makes all of us a massive target. Because we know the risks of nuclear weapons being used in war is growing. Poland is calling on NATO to create a so-called no-fly zone over Ukraine. This would bring the US directly into war with Russia, the two biggest nuclear powers in the world. So we have to do absolutely everything we can to stop this. Now, not surprisingly, the majority of the British population oppose Trump's nukes being deployed here in Britain. We totally understand how these nuclear weapons put us all in danger. And that's why this Saturday we're protesting at Lakenheath to say loud and clear that neither Trump
Can you remove the last four or last five? 63700. Hey, yes. Got me? Doing well, how are you? Yes. Hey John, it's good to be with you. Yeah, President Trump and First Lady Melania, as you both right there, preparing for the headline event of the first day of this historic visit to the United Kingdom. Now, the President and First Lady, just moments ago, overseeing a being retreat ceremony. British marching band coming together for what can only be described as a spectacular performance, capped off by a rather unforgettable moment as well. Red arrows flying overhead with a stream of red, white, and blue flashing across the sky, met with applause by all of those people that were watching outside. Now, the royal family moments ago releasing these images. President Trump and First Lady Melania being given a tour of the royal collection at Windsor Castle's green drawing room. The king and queen showcasing historical items related to the United States and Britain and their shared history together. The collection including first editions and watercolors, letters from the American colonies concerning U.S. independence. American and British citizens also gathering outside of Windsor Castle. And while there are some protests, most people here, John, appear to be caught up in the moment, if not outright showing their support for President Trump. Red caps, MAGA caps, and American flags at common sites, and many unafraid to declare their appreciation for the president. Now, tonight's banquet is nothing short of extraordinary as well, taking place inside the 1,000-year-old castle with a 164-foot mahogany table laid with 200-year-old silver with speeches expected from the king and, of course, from President Trump, which we can assume will also be a sight to see or at least hear. So hopefully we'll get a glimpse of what that sounds like, maybe an update from the president after that, John.
welcome here. It is those who grovel before him.
George Monbiot! Will you please now join me in the official stage from Disabled People Against Cuts? Give a massive round of applause to Andy Green!
Solidarity from Disabled People Against Cuts. Okay. This fucker is dangerous, right? Because we know that what he says from the highest seat resonates down onto the school yard and the bullies who operate there and on the streets and in the workplaces and in our communities. His attitudes and actions are reflected in our daily lives. And we know that his attitude towards disabled people, migrants and other marginalised groups is absolutely horrific. And his language and his actions is absolutely dangerous. We know when you start to other and marginalise and pick on groups that are seen as not able to fight back, what happens? People are pushed to the edges. People are forgotten and fall through the cracks. Not us, not disabled people. We have fought back every single time in this country and around the world, and we will continue to do that. We understand that the way you push back against these bullies is to come out onto the streets, to reclaim these spaces, to reclaim your voices, and to tell your own story, because we won't have our stories written without us. We will not be written out of our own stories. We have fought for and earned our place in this society and in communities and societies across the globe. We understand what resistance and organised resistance means. It means supporting one another. It means showing solidarity. And it means turning up. So give yourselves a big round of applause for turning up and showing solidarity this evening. Trump might go away at some point, but this politics won't. And we have to keep turning up on these streets and every street around the world, because we cannot let this ideology take hold. We have seen where it leads, and it is absolutely not happening again, not on our watch. So not just for these few days, but continuously in support of the people of Palestine, in support of disabled people, in support of people coming to this country wanting to contribute and build a better life. We say solidarity, we're here together and we're not going anywhere. All the best, folks.
Thank you very much, Andy Green! Give it up. Listen, there's no easy way to say this. I've got someone's freedom pass. Someone has dropped their freedom pass. The name on it is Martina Rohr. That's R-O-H-R, if my A-level German is still functioning. I think that pronunciation is correct. Martina, if you are still here, somebody will have it down the front there. Otherwise, I'm keeping it and will be exercising my right to free travel on London public transport. Okay, thank you, yes. Cheers for fraud. It's time for our next speaker. Will you please join me in welcoming from Freedom from Torture, Kolbasir Hausu!
Thank you. Wow. Friends, when we look around today, we see empty fridges, long hospital waiting lists, families sleeping on the street, community caught in economic despair. These are not inevitable. They are not accident fate. Yet somehow we told to believe that they are the fault of immigrants, of minorities, of so-called worklessness. Always an enemy within, always someone without power. This is the old trick of fear and division. It is made more dangerous when politicians speak with hatred or when our leaders stay silent. And last weekend, we saw what happened when a lie is dressed up as a revolution. People march for not justice, but in the service of chaos. I speak to you not as an observer, but as someone who has lived. Okay, thank you. So I speak to you not as an observer, but as someone who has lived this before. In the country many of us come from, we won't know how freedom can be taken away, oppression reigns, human rights are
be on that demonstration, because we need that to be the biggest one ever as we march through the streets of London and show that the streets are our streets, and we will keep marching until we see peace in Gaza. I want to talk to you about state visits, because just a week ago, Keir Starmer stood outside Downing Street and welcomed the Israeli President Isaac Herzog into Downing Street to talk to him on a state visit. Isaac Herzog is one of the authors of the genocide, the man who signs bombs before they're put on planes to be dropped on Gaza. And then today, he's welcomed Donald Trump, the man who thinks the way to bring peace to Gaza is to wipe out all the Gazans, move them out, and create a Riviera and a golf course in Gaza. What a disgrace that our government is giving audience to those people when it should be standing up for them. Remember that Donald Trump is the president who gave the green light to Israel bombing Iran and bombing Qatar against the UN regulations. It's a war crime to bomb those countries. So the world does feel a much less safe place when Donald Trump is in charge of the biggest superpower in this world. And it is astonishing, I think, that there are some people who are openly saying they think he should be given the Nobel Peace Prize. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? This is the man who is bringing terror at home to vulnerable people and terror abroad when he could be bringing a stop to it. He's bringing terror at home now with his talk of mass deportation and using the killing of Charlie Kirk to say there's going to be a crackdown on dissent. When he says there's going to be a crackdown on dissent, we know who will be cracking down. It will be the people who are advocating for peace, the people who are advocating for justice for Gaza, the people who are advocating against mass deportation. So we should be very, very frightened about the future under Donald Trump, because, as others have said, his involvement with the far right in our country. What we saw on the streets of London on Saturday was Trumpism in the UK. Stephen Bannon, I don't know if he turned up, but Stephen Bannon was due to speak at Tommy Robinson's rally. Elon Musk joined him by video. He may have fallen out with Trump, but he believes in the politics of Trumpism. And can you imagine Elon Musk on video just down the road there said, call for violence, call for people to rise up, call for the overthrow of the British government. Can you imagine if one of the speakers here today had called for the overthrow of our government or called for violence on the streets? You won't hear us saying that, but can you imagine that Elon Musk was allowed to do that on our streets in London? My final message to you is, as others have said, we're living through very polarised times. There's a real polarisation in our society, not just here, but abroad. And it feels very, very scary for my generation and for other generations. And it feels like we're in a battle. We're in a battle for the soul of our country. We're in a battle for the soul of the world. So my call to you, and I join with others in making that call, is that we have to unite the struggles. We have to put aside some of the differences we've got, as we've done on countless times, and unite the struggles against racism, unite the struggles against the genocide in Gaza, unite the struggles against injustice everywhere, and come together in common cause. And I hope we can start doing that, as I've said, on October the 11th, on the next national demonstration for Gaza. We need that to be the biggest one ever. So please make sure you're there. Please make sure you're bringing your friends, your family, and your work colleagues. Solidarity, free, 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 free. Thank you very much.
Give it up for Alex, for the war.
encouraging media disinformation about trans people. And the Trump election campaign spent $250 million on anti-trans adverts, the biggest single expenditure in that campaign. And now Trump is trying to use the current shooting as an excuse to ban trans people from owning guns, which is exactly what the Nazis did to the Jews in 1938. Trump has created such a climate of fear amongst trans people in the US that many of our trans and non-binary friends there now live in exile in Europe and elsewhere. And yet, most of what Trump is doing in the US is also happening right here in the UK under a Labour government. The healthcare bans, trans section 28 in schools, immediate showing out transphobia on the industrial scale while hermetically excluding transgenders, bans from sports including fun runs, supporting people who advocate violence against trans people, trying to make universities more transphobic, a toilet ban which would make life impossible for us, an even worse one than in the US. All of which have been brought in without any vote in Parliament at all. And yes, a lot of British trans people have also already moved abroad to places like Ireland, Spain and Sweden. We know that what happens in the US comes over here. But we need to ask, has Starmer sold trans people for a deal with the orange fascists? Transphobia is now essential to fascism. It's not peripheral, it's front and centre. It's a core component of fascism. If you're transphobic, you are a fascist. To quote inspirational trans woman Mara Blakely, how politicians treat trans people now is indicative of how they will treat everyone eventually. To finish, I just want to say, I also hear from my grandfather. He was killed in World War II fighting fascism. He didn't roll out the red carpet, he fought fascists. We need to stop fascism now. More and more people will die. There's no cavalry coming over the hill this time to rescue us. The cavalry is going to have to be us, here, now. And it will be. But it will take hard work and stamina. And as they say in Spain, sit with it. Yes, we can. Trans people in this country have been fighting under the cosh of vicious right-wing propaganda for more than a decade. And we are still here and we will keep fighting and never give up. The fascists and their media want everyone to feel defeated. We must never give up. That's what they want. All of us together, we can and must do this. Keep fighting and we will win. Love and rage. Solidarity, comrades. It's great to see so many people out here. It's a real privilege to be here and speak on behalf of Black Lives Matter UK. Right now, many people are quite shocked at the growth of the far right. They have seen in London last week over 100,000 protesters marching Tommy Robinson. This was largest ever far-right march in fascism, and it was supported and funded by apartheid line, the richest man on the planet in London. Anti-fascists organised they were outnumbered more than 20 to 1. But this is not the first war. Right now, us, Trump, Sabat, Robinson, they want us to feel small. They want us to feel afraid. But the truth is, we are the majority, not them. We've already proven in recent months, in recent years, we have brought people out in their millions for Black lives and for Palestine. We will not let them win. We need to think about how we organize, as previous speakers said. Right now, as we think about their growth, we actually need to think about our collective power. Because what we saw in the streets was not their strength. It was racist retaliation against our collective power. So when we see these fascists go there, they're doing it because they cling onto a racist and rotten past, was shaped by white supremacist myths. But when we are organizing for a future that is rooted in care, in solidarity, and in the basic fact about shared humanity. And friends, we know that their politics lead. Their path that leads to more race riots, greater inequality, and ultimately genocide. Where is our empathy? Where is our strength? We know that when we look at our history, our path causes us to win greater freedom for all. We can win.
I can hear it. No, I'm not talking Daniel. I can hear it. Windsor Castle.
Equality and justice for all. And that's what they hate.
So we're going into Windsor Castle then for DC.
How dare these sexist bastards claim that they are marching to protect women?
I tell you that.
How dare they? You know Trump and Musk is a greater danger than anyone in this hotel. And we need to look where's our tradition? Feminism, anti-racism, our tradition stand up for survivors. Survivors like the single women in the West Midlands. A brave stand to speak up against the racists who attacked them. They told her to leave the country. Absolutely disrespectful. They don't care about women's bodies. They want to control women's bodies. So when we're faced with this daunting task of fascists on our streets, organizing in their tens of thousands, we have to look back at our history and claim the heritage of generations that went before us. Generations before us faced fascism worse than we're facing today, and they've won. Generations before us racialized working class communities, they organized and stood up emotionally for black church in the 1930s. They stood up and fought Trump in the 70s and 80s. My generation organized and stood up so they even fell in the 2010s and 2010s, the 2010s. Right now, we claim our heritage. We organize in our tradition. We organize and we can win. This is what we're like for today. So friends, take heart. Organize with us. Black Lives Matter UK, you can find us. You can find us on Instagram, BLM UK, or online on UK. That's the UKBLM.org. We're organizing an anti-racist network. We need new organizations, but we need to bring people who are already organizing together. They might have billionaires on their side, but we have the hope of billions.
channel are you guys?
Thank you so much for the light.
I can come back and carry it right up. See you again. Take care of yourself. the epic goes for 30 seconds. But in fairness, I was here doing radio all afternoon.
Here, our government has still failed to ban conversion and trans communities their basics. In the US, people
Miles away.
In the US, those who bravely speak out against injustice are targeted Here, draconian measures are used to restrict freedom of speech, criminalize protest, while people peacefully opposing genocide are targeted and labeled terrorists. Rights were fought through decades of activism and campaigning are being ripped to bits. It's happening there, it's happening here, and it's happening now. We deserve so much better. We deserve a government that calls out authoritarian practices. Perhaps we have a Prime Minister who rolls out the red carpet for Trump. We deserve a government that defends and protects our freedoms, but we have a Prime Minister who allows basic human rights and dignity to be attacked. Instead of standing up for our right to housing and food, Keir Starmer is overseeing a rising rally and tries to slash users to protect knowing to proceed to our people.
Welcome again to our live coverage of US President Donald Trump's second state visit to the United Kingdom. For those who've been watching earlier on YouTube or on apnews.com, thank you for staying with us and joining us again. We're now at a moment of this state visit here in Windsor, and you can see Windsor Castle right behind me, where we are waiting for the state banquet to begin. That's in St. George's Hall within Windsor Castle. This is the place you can see behind me where this whole state visit has been happening today. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump have spent the whole day within these walls, quite a long way from the public. In fact, anybody who might have wanted to catch a glimpse of the presidential couple, or indeed of any members of the royal family, will have been disappointed, and that includes any protesters who might have wanted to get close to those participating in this state. Windsor Castle, we can hear a few voices, a few discussions. President Trump and the fact that the state visit was organized in the first place, and others who are supporters of him. Entirely peaceful here in Windsor. But as we speak, there is a large protest happening in central London. This is specifically a protest against Donald Trump's policies in the United States and against the UK government's decision, and indeed the royal family's decision, to invite him to a second unprecedented state visit. We say unprecedented because it is indeed the very first time that a non-royal, in this case a US president, is invited to a second state visit in the United Kingdom. The first one was for President Trump during his first term in the White House. At that moment, he was invited by Queen Elizabeth II. And speaking of the late Queen, this is one part that we didn't see any images of during Donald Trump's state visit. He went to the place where the late Queen was laid to rest. That's inside St. George's Chapel. We have seen footage of him meeting members of the young choir there, but then the moment thereafter was entirely private. We haven't seen any video or photo footage thereof of the President and the First Lady laying a wreath at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II. A very serene moment, one must presume, and of course a particularly thoughtful one. President Trump is believed to have been a fan, maybe even a long day here in Windsor together, that they have spent together almost at all moments, those two people being President Trump and King Charles III. And let's now go back to what we have already witnessed today, starting with the welcome ceremony that was organized and set up within Windsor Castle for US President Donald Trump. This was the moment where he was greeted officially by King Charles, also by Queen Camilla, and they then were able to inspect a guard of honor at length before entering Windsor Castle later for a private lunch. It has indeed been a day of a lot of pomp and pageantry.
plan B because it's we cannot put all the eggs in the basket of hard work and manufacturing. This plan is more expensive. Yeah. Natalia.
What? People like Prince Andrew, the rapist.
Suspecting this because they started to bargain the price to the camp cruises, you know, but he didn't. It's not a
We're slaves to them. They don't care about us. They don't care about us. What have you been telling me? Because they're putting the prices up on petrol. Dude, of course it is. Of course it is.
Two more.
Well, you're telling me the government and the royalists aren't falling in sync together. The 1%. Is that what you're telling me?
But China to this is usually asking for trouble. It's unlikely to do a problem.
China, listen. Charles, can you please put the price of petrol down? You know what? 3.99p a litre, please. Do you know what's been going on behind them walls for thousands of years? Shut your face for 1 minute. Let me talk, right? Let me talk. Do you know what's been going on behind them walls for thousands of years? Torture, child killing, murders. Child killers. Fucking they're fucking killing child. What, are you racist, are you? What, are you racist against Scottish people? You fucking racist. Racist.
Welcome back to Windsor and our live coverage of Donald Trump's state visit to the United Kingdom, and apologies for the technical trouble we had a little bit earlier. We are currently awaiting the arrival of all of the guests for the state banquet that will be held within the next hour in St. George's Hall inside Windsor Castle that you can see behind me. This is the most, probably the most spectacular moment of this state visit, despite the fact that this has been a day that has been filled with pomp and pageantry. This is most likely still going to be the moment that will give us some of the images that will be remembered the longest from this state visit, and also some of the words of King Charles III and President Donald Trump, because this is going to be the first time tonight, just before the state banquet begins, where we will actually hear from both of them. It has been a day that is relatively rare, certainly in President Trump's reality, where he hasn't been speaking to the press, and indeed hasn't had the possibility to speak to the press. So organized and so meticulous has this state visit been
been that everything has gone entirely according to plan, at least from what we can see. All of the elements that were planned have come through, with the notable exception maybe of a flypast that was supposed to be happening around an hour and a half ago, a joint flypast by F-35 fighter jets, both British and American. Because of the weather, you can see behind me with low grey clouds and a little bit of rain, that was not possible. But still, those people who did mingle here outside of Windsor Castle, a few dozen, maybe a few hundred here outside of the castle gates, were able to see a flyover by the Red Arrows aerobatics team. That led to applause here down in the streets outside Windsor Castle. Now, we don't have a guest list yet for this state banquet. That will be made official as it begins, but of course one can presume at this point that almost all members of the British royal family will be present, and that almost all of the members of the US delegation who have accompanied President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump during this state visit here in Windsor will be present as well. We have, of course, seen the first couple of the United States, but we've also seen the likes of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of the Treasury Bessent has been here as well, Steve Witkoff, the lead negotiator on everything on behalf of the Trump administration. When it comes to Gaza, when it comes to Ukraine as well, he is present here as well as other members of Donald Trump's inner circle, the likes of his chief of staff, for example, press secretary, and many other. This is, of course, one of those visits that are very rare for a US president, and in this case, unprecedented for a US president to be invited twice on a state visit to the United Kingdom. That explains why there are so many members of his administration present and who wanted to be here. And those who have been here close to President Trump, and indeed those members of the royal family and the royal household who've been close to the action, have seen quite a few spectacular events today. And let's take you back to what we have seen so far today during this state visit to the United Kingdom by President Trump, starting with the welcoming ceremony that happened outside of Windsor Castle. That is where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump were greeted by King Charles and by Queen Camilla, and they then got to see the Guard of Honor, inspected the Guard of Honor, as is traditionally the case during a state visit. It doesn't necessarily always happen in the same place, but this state visit, of course, was different to others, not just because it's the second one for President Trump, but because it was entirely contained and is entirely contained within Windsor Castle, that you can right here in Windsor. This has been called a ring of steel that has been put up around this castle. In other words, the security measures that have been put in place here to make sure that everybody is safe. And now there's a reason why we talk about these security measures, because of the backdrop to this visit in the United States. The killing of the conservative activist and Trump supporter Charlie Kirk has created a fear of more political violence in the United States that might have traveled all the way here with President Trump. We haven't necessarily been able to observe here that security measures have increased because of that, but they have been very, very serious indeed, with very large numbers of the police in the streets of Windsor. Protests as well, by the way, and you might be able to just about make out some of the sounds of protesters. They are chanting pro-Palestine chants right now outside of Windsor Castle. We have had very few protesters, in fact, here in Windsor outside of the castle throughout the day, maybe a few dozen at most, both last night and throughout the day. There also have been some interactions between those protesters who are against the presence of Donald Trump, who are protesting his policies in the Middle East, for example, and who are protesting the fact that Donald Trump was invited on a state visit in the first place. There have been interactions between them on one side and some Donald Trump supporters here as well. Notable, some of those red hats that are used by Trump supporters both on the campaign trail and now that he is president, those have been here as well. But largely what we've seen have been peaceful discussions with them, essentially very peaceful mingling. It has indeed been a very calm day here in Windsor. There are, though, more protests happening, including the large one happening right now in central London. Thousands of people getting together there, organised by a so-called Stop Trump coalition that has called for people to protest against the state visit and to protest against Donald Trump's policies. I should say again, if you're hearing the sounds of protests, they are coming from the streets here outside of Windsor Castle. Particularly loud protests right now as I look over my shoulder and see a few dozen pro-Palestine protesters who are walking by our position outside of Windsor Castle as we speak. Now, the fact that there were big protests, and are big protests right now in central London, don't entirely explain why this state visit has happened entirely within Windsor Castle. There is a practical reason for this as well. Buckingham Palace tends to be used for state visits. It's currently being renovated, and that's why everything has been moved inside Windsor Castle. But of course there is a very good reason for this to happen as well. That is to shield President Trump from any kinds of protests. In fact, his contact with people, with the public, is pretty much zero. It is likely that there is not going to be any contact with any protesters, first of all, or any members of the public. Because there are two parts to this state visit for President Trump. The first one today is happening in Windsor Castle as we await the state banquet to begin at 8 o'clock here local time. 8 o'clock here local time, that's being 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is when the state banquet will begin. And as we await the start thereof, we can look also at what is coming up tomorrow. The second day of Donald Trump's visit will be a more political one, if you will. He will still be shielded from the public and from any possible protesters because he will be flying an onboard Marine One from here, from Windsor Castle, where he will be spending the night, to Chequers. Chequers is the Prime Minister's private residence in the countryside, his private retreat, and that is where all of the important meetings will be happening on this Thursday. That is where the politics will come in. Undoubtedly, there will be talk there about a trade deal between the United Kingdom and the United States, a trade deal we know already exists, but still needs some of the details hashed out. That will likely happen this Thursday at Chequers. Also, there will be talk about any tariffs that the United Kingdom might want to escape during Donald Trump's decision to impose tariffs on many countries. The United Kingdom thinks that with a state visit like this one, it can reinforce the friendship between the United Kingdom and the United States, and maybe thereby be able to escape some of those tariffs that might be imposed by Donald Trump. At the end of the day, we will be seeing a press conference, a joint press conference by Prime Minister Keir Starmer and President Donald Trump. And maybe that will be the first moment where he will, in a sense, escape the bubble of this state visit, a bubble in which, again, there is not much contact with the press and not much contact with anybody outside of the confines of Windsor Castle and indeed the Prime Minister's private retreat. Because during the press conference, that is when difficult questions might well be asked of the Prime Minister and of the President, and of the differences that there currently are between them on many aspects. There are differences on how to deal with Israel's war on Hamas in Gaza, for example, which explains the presence of protesters here in the streets of Windsor today. The big difference on that front is that the United Kingdom, for example, will be one of those countries that will officially recognize Palestine as a state at the UN General Assembly next week in New York. The United States strongly opposes that, and that is likely to be a topic of discussion between Starmer and Trump on Thursday, and maybe already a topic of discussion during the state banquet here in Windsor tonight. These state banquets don't tend to be moments for political discussions, but you cannot guarantee that any topics will not come up. Let's look at one other example, that is Ukraine. These two countries don't currently see entirely eye to eye when it comes to how to deal with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The US President Donald Trump has been getting somewhat close to Putin, met him in Alaska, of course, remember, as well, and sometimes indicates that US military and financial help for Ukraine could be stopped or at least put on hold for the time being. That is, of course, something that the United Kingdom and the European Union don't want to see happen. That is the kind of topic that could come up, not necessarily between President and king tonight at the state banquet, but could come up between other members of the Trump administration and members of the royal family and anybody else who might be invited to this state banquet, as we expect right now guests to arrive at Windsor Castle for that crowning moment, if you will, of the state visit for Donald Trump. It's worth going into some of the other events that have happened today, some of them out of view. We mentioned earlier the fact that the US President visited St. George's Chapel, for example, within the walls of Windsor Castle. That is where Queen Elizabeth II was laid to rest, and that is where he, together with the First Lady, laid a wreath. That is a moment from which we have no video or photo footage, a very solemn and a very private moment for the President of the United States, who was fond of the Queen and who repeatedly has said over the last 24 or 48 hours that he considers King Charles to be very much a friend of his. Right now you're able to watch footage of guests arriving at the state banquet that is expected to begin within the hour. These, of course, being guests whose names have not been made public so far, but who are slowly but surely arriving here at Windsor Castle to enter this castle and take their spots at some point before 8 p.m. local time. Again, that's 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is when the state banquet will begin. And we are expecting to hear the toasts from King Charles and from President Trump at that state banquet. We don't know yet whether we will be able to bring that live to you or whether that will be footage that will be brought to us later on that we will then be able to play out to you on this live coverage that we have from Windsor Castle.
they've got protest crew there. Yeah, they've got protest crew there. So yeah, I think we'll head up there. Again, BMW on 7. I think people are going to driving more. That's probably a little bit like telling dignitaries to get out of posh cars, to get in a minibus. That's a shot. So I'll just leave it on that. Dark. Yeah. When was your shift? 10:30. I started, I left home about 9:40, but I go to bed for breakfast, toast, The other way I thought it was going to go. Tell me if you see from the Queen. Just tell me if you see anything coming with lights or coming from that direction. Yeah.
My dad gone there when he came to the country in the 80s, of course Liverpool had seen on top.
Oh, he was in Liverpool, was he?
So he's a Glory supporter, and then he got me and my brother starting from birth, so yeah.
And there was the Ascot in there.
Yeah. No, it's like my choices are either Liverpool or Middlesbrough. So my mum's half of the family from Middlesbrough.
Right. You're Glory hunter as well.
Yeah, once my uncle sat me down and said, "You've got this choice, Middlesbrough or Liverpool," and I went, "Okay, I'll go Liverpool."
No pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you see the games?
Yeah, it gets about 4 or 5.
My grandfather's here. He's a Liverpool supporter. My mum said, oh, she wasn't sure if he was Liverpool or Everton, but he was Liverpool.
So we had Jamie Beard, who was part of the pool, so there was some hope that he may be picking them up, but there was
What, in the past?
Yeah, but there was no guarantee.
So he's in Checkers tomorrow?
Yeah.
And what time is he in Checkers with sunset?
It seems like late afternoon.
You worked for your guys, and then you moved to East with NBC now in 3 years. You never got offered to go abroad? No. Too young. So check with George if he wants to sit back after 3 minutes.
I spoke with Ollie, he's the late news head, and he said, when you see one joke,
it's a Jag, it's actually anything else, then go for it. Nah, there's nothing behind them. It looks to me an hour to Scottish Park, and that I imagine the way towards the castle, isn't it? So do you give them? Oh, do you give them CR ring? Just get them to shut off. Save the recording. I'll do the balance.
outside of the castle for this dinner. Maybe next year, or the next state visit. Trump's third state visit, perhaps, in the United Kingdom. People are going to get mad about that comment. But as Shelby mentioned right there, President Trump, First Lady Melania, preparing for the headline event on his first day of his historic second visit to the United Kingdom. But this is just capping off a day of really extraordinary scenes that we've seen from start to finish. The President and the First Lady, before this dinner, overseeing a beautiful retreat ceremony, British marching bands coming together for this spectacular performance that kept up an unforgettable moment. Red arrows flying overhead with a stream of red, white, and green flashing across the sky. Met with applause by those that were watching here outside of Windsor Castle. Now the royal family, moments before that, releasing these images of President Trump and First Lady Melania being given a tour of the royal collection of the Windsor Castle's main drawing room. The King and Queen showcasing historical items related to the United States and Britain and their shared history together. That includes the collection including first editions and watercolors and even letters from the American colonies concerning U.S. independence. American and British citizens gathering outside of Windsor Castle. And while there are some protesters, as you can hear behind me right now, most of the people here throughout the day are here just to be part of the moment, if not outright show their support for President Trump. Now, of course, tonight's banquet, nothing short of extraordinary. King Charles is expected to deliver some remarks, as is President Trump. Whether he speaks to the press afterward, or maybe gives us some insight for a tweet social post, we'll be keeping a close eye on that as well. It'll be jail time in response to that, but I'll try. I'm sorry, I have a bad connection over there. I didn't really hear it. Yeah. And then you're probably done. Yeah, then go get dinner, get a drink. Are you on with Greta though or no? Awesome, thank you. Hey, is it? Yes, I can hear it. And who's anchoring the show? Windsor Castle. Great, thank you. Yes, thank you. Palestine demonstrators clashing, or I would say shouting against some ultimate pro-Israel counter-protesters. They're not necessarily Trump supporters. They're just waving Israeli flags. A small group. I'd say about 20 people on both sides. So nothing too much to worry about. Otherwise, a very elaborate day, to say the least. Right now, President Trump and First Lady Melania are participating in what may be the headline event of the first day of this historic visit to the United Kingdom after the state banquet, a very elaborate event that I'll get to in just a moment. But that came after what was maybe the other headline event of this entire day. The President and the First Lady overseeing a beating retreat ceremony. The British marching band coming together for this spectacular performance, kept off by an unforgettable moment. Red arrows flying overhead with a stream of red, white, and blue flashing across the sky, met with applause by all those people that were outside. The royal family also releasing these images of President Trump and First Lady Melania being given a tour of the royal collection at Windsor Castle's green drawing room. The King and Queen showcasing historical items relating to the United States and Britain, and the two countries share history. The collection including first editions and watercolors and letters from the American colonies concerning the U.S. independence. American and British citizens also gathering here outside Windsor Castle, and while there are some protesters, as I was mentioning, most people really here just to be part of the moment, if not outright show their support for President Trump. red caps saying MAGA, some saying make England great again, other people great in American flags, but many also want to break to declare their appreciation for President Trump. Now the event's underway right now, tonight's banquet, also nothing short of extraordinary, taking place inside the 1,000-door castle behind me with a 164-foot mahogany table laid with 200-year-old silver with speeches expected from the King and, of course, from President Trump, which we can assume that will also be a sight, or at least one to be heard. We're waiting to see if President Trump will give us an update of any sort, whether that be speaking to the press or maybe a Truth Social post, but this all ahead of his trip to Chequers tomorrow. That is something he's going to be meeting with Prime Minister Keir Starmer as well as industry leaders from the United States and the United Kingdom, telling that is when policy and the economics will really be on the table today, more so about the pomp and pageantry that's taking place.
Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, it is with great pleasure that my wife and I welcome you to Windsor Castle on this, your second state visit to the United Kingdom. This unique and important occasion reflects the enduring bond between our two great nations, anchored by the deep friendship between our people. This relationship, which, with good reason, we and our predecessors have long called special, has made us safer and stronger through the generations. Our people have fought and died together for the values we hold dear. We have innovated, traded, and created together, fueling our economies and cultures through myriad forms of exchange. We have celebrated together, mourned together, and stood together in the best and worst of times. Mr. President, as we approach the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence next year, it is remarkable to think just how far we have come. I cannot help but wonder what our forebears from 1776 would make of this friendship today. The rebel commander and pioneering First President George Washington famously vowed never to set foot on British soil. And my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III, for his part, did not spare his words when he spoke of the revolutionary leaders. Today, however, we celebrate a relationship between our two countries that surely neither Washington nor King George III could possibly have imagined. The ocean may still divide us, but in so many other ways, we are now the closest of kin. Mr. President, you have spoken of your pride in your British roots. In fact, not only have you set foot on British soil twice in the last 2 months alone, but I understand that British soil makes for rather splendid golf courses. Now, for my part, I have always admired the ingenuity of the American people and the principles of freedom which your great democracy has represented since its inception. Throughout my life, from the very first visit to the United States in 1970, and over 20 visits since that time, I have cherished the close ties between the British and American peoples. In fact, had the media succeeded in the 1970s in their own attempt at deepening the special relationship, I myself might have been married off within the Nixon family. Mr. President, from York to New York, from Birmingham, England to Birmingham, Alabama, we are united by a common language and shared heritage. The many thousands of people from each of our countries who have made the other their home have enriched our societies immeasurably, a fact that gives me the greatest pride. Our cultural connections, too, continue to flourish, with our actors, musicians, writers, and television presenters prospering in the hearts of transatlantic audiences. Today, our alliance spans every field of endeavour and shows vast potential for growth. The United Kingdom was your partner in the first trade deal of your administration, Mr. President, bringing jobs and growth to both our countries. And no doubt we can go even further as we build this new era of our partnership. Our two nations have an exceptional legacy of shared discovery. Together, we laid the foundations of nuclear science, mapped the human genome, and built the internet, upon which all contemporary commerce, communication, and defense is based. Together, our scientists and engineers are shaping the world of tomorrow, not least with new partnership agreements on technology and the prosperity that stands to bring. Our countries have the closest defense, security, and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace. And our AUKUS submarine partnership with Australia sets the benchmark for innovative and vital collaboration. The successes of the British Redcoats and of George Washington's Continental Army today stand shoulder to shoulder, brothers and sisters in arms, protecting the freedoms we both cherish. Our countries are working together in support of crucial diplomatic efforts, not least of which, Mr. President, is your own personal commitment to finding solutions to some of the world's most intractable conflicts in order to secure peace. In striving for a better world, we also have a precious opportunity to safeguard and to restore the wonders and beauty of nature for the generations who follow us. We share the ambition and determination to preserve our majestic lands and waters, above all, to ensure that we have clean water, clean air, and clean food. Our legacy for the next 250 years and beyond is to ensure that our children, grandchildren, and those who come after them can experience the awe and magnificence of the natural treasures found in the countryside, on the coasts, in the seas, and in the national parks established by your predecessors and mine. Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, the bond between our two nations is indeed a remarkable one. Forged in the fire of conflict, it has been fortified through our shared endeavours and burnished by the deep affection between our people. Tested time and again, it has borne the weight of our common purpose and raised our ambition for a better world. So, in renewing our bond tonight, we do so with unshakable trust in our friendship and in our shared commitment to independence and liberty. Therefore, as we celebrate this unparalleled partnership, allow me to propose a toast to President Trump and the First Lady, and to the health, prosperity, and happiness of the people of the United States of America.
Your Majesty. Melania and I are deeply grateful to you and Queen Camilla for your extraordinary graciousness. And to William and Kate, thank you so much. It's been so great being with you today. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's a singular privilege to be the first American president welcomed here. And if you think about it, it's a lot of presidents, and this was the second state visit, and that's the first, and maybe that's going to be the last time. I hope it is, actually. But this is truly one of the highest honors of my life. Such respect for you and such respect for your country. For many decades, His Majesty the King has epitomized the fortitude, nobility, and the spirit of the British monarchy and the British people. He's dedicated himself to preserving the glory and unique character of this kingdom, restoring life to the rivers and streams, supporting the works of its artists and composers, planting trees and gardens in its countryside. And I just visited one of the most beautiful I've ever seen that you just completed, and protecting the architectural integrity of cities, villages, and towns. He has uplifted the poor, cared for rural farmers, and tended to wounded veterans like nobody else. I'll tell you that I just stood in line and shook about 150 hands, and the king knew every single person and every single company, and some of them had bad names like XYZ-Q3, and he knew every one of them, or at least I think he did, because nobody was complaining. I was very impressed with that. But I just want to say that His Majesty has also raised a remarkable son in His Royal Highness Prince of Wales. Really amazing. We've gotten to know you, and I think you're going to have an unbelievable success in future. Melania and I are delighted to visit again with Prince William and to see Her Royal Highness Princess Catherine, so radiant and so healthy, so beautiful. It's really a great honor. Thank you. Many years ago, His Majesty opened his archives to a biographer. Among the documents was a letter from 1993 in which he described the patriotism and guided his many projects. He wrote that he was, quote, entirely motivated by a desperate desire to put the great back into Great Britain. In the finest tradition of British sovereigns, he has given his whole heart, everything he's got, to those parts of Britain that are beyond the realm of mere legislation. It's not easy, but which define its essence and its virtue, its harmony and its soul. It's an amazing calling, and there's nobody that's answered that calling like you have. A fifth of all of humanity speaks, writes, thinks, and prays in the language born on these isles and perfected in the pages of Shakespeare and Dickens and Tolkien, Lewis, Orwell, and Kipling. Incredible people, unbelievable people like we have rarely seen before, probably won't see again. The lion-hearted people of this kingdom defeated Napoleon, unleashed the Industrial Revolution, destroyed slavery, and defended civilization in the darkest days of fascism and communism. The British gave the world the Magna Carta, the modern parliament, and Francis Bacon's scientific method. They gave us the works of Locke, Hobbes, Smith, and Burke, Newton, and Blackstone. The legal, intellectual, cultural, and political traditions of this kingdom have been among the highest achievements of mankind. There's really never been anything like it. The British Empire laid the foundations of law, liberty, free speech, and individual rights virtually everywhere the Union Jack has ever flown, including a place called America. You know that place very well, don't you? His Majesty spoke eloquently about the bond which inspired Sir Winston Churchill, and the bust is in the Oval Office right now, the beautiful bust of Winston Churchill, to coin the phrase special relationship. But seen from American eyes, the word special does not begin to do it justice. We're joined by history and fate, and by love and language, and by transcendent ties of culture, tradition, ancestry, and destiny. We're like two notes in one chord, or two verses of the same poem, each beautiful on its own, but really meant to be played together. The bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It's irreplaceable and unbreakable, and we are, as a country, as you know, doing unbelievably well. We had a very sick country 1 year ago, and today, I believe we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, nobody's even questioning it, but we owe so much of that to you and the footing that you gave us when we started. Together, we've done more good for humanity than any two countries in all of history. Together, we must defend the exceptional heritage that makes us who we are, and we must continue to stand for the values and the people of the English-speaking world, and we do indeed stand for that. On behalf of all Americans, I offer a toast to one of the great friendships, to two great countries, and to His Majesty, King Charles III, a very, very special man, and also a very, very special queen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you.
And as the guests at the state banquet inside Windsor Castle tuck into their dinner, we're back here outside of the castle to sum up this unprecedented second state visit to the United Kingdom by US President Donald Trump. You have just been listening to the King's speech, to the President's speech as well at that state banquet before their dinner, after a day of pomp and pageantry where everything appeared to go pretty much exactly according to plan. In their speeches, both King Charles III and President Donald Trump referencing, of course, the US-UK relationship, the so-called special relationship, referencing the joint history between the two countries, and of course also finding time for one or two jokes. These are two men, King Charles and President Trump, who throughout the day have looked like they get on very well. Indeed, it was President Trump who, before his visit to the United Kingdom, and in fact during the visit as well, mentioned that he considered King Charles a good friend of his. Now, as this dinner gets underway, a sparkling, glittering event that it is inside St. George's Hall within the walls of Windsor Castle, you can see behind me, let's look at some of the details that you might have missed or that might be discussed at length tomorrow in the press, in the headlines, and that includes, of course, the dresses worn, the clothes that were worn. This is a white tie dinner. It's the most formal of all dinners. The dress worn by First Lady Melania Trump, largely yellow with some purple accents, will be in the headlines undoubtedly, and will be across the front pages very likely here in the United Kingdom and also in the United States. We also know a few details about what is being served. An extensive menu was released by Buckingham Palace. One part that's worth mentioning, there's a special drink as well that will be shared by almost all of the guests at this state banquet, and there are 160 altogether. The special drink is called a transatlantic whiskey sour. Of course, everything in this menu, everything during this state visit to the United Kingdom by US President Trump had a nod toward the special relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom. So 160 guests in total. Of course, we were particularly interested in the guest list. We now have it, and we saw during the King's speech, during President Trump's speech as well, who is in the room and who is sitting next to whom, of course. King Charles has to his right President Trump, to his left Secretary of State Marco Rubio. That's on one side of the table. But the rest of the guest list is particularly interesting as well. Media mogul Rupert Murdoch is there, despite being sued right now in court in the United States by President Donald Trump. There is also former golfer Nick Faldo, a nod, of course, by the royal family here in Windsor toward President Trump's love for golf and the simple fact that he owns golf courses here in the United Kingdom as well. That was also referenced by King Charles during his speech. Also, a lot of British politicians, of course, at the banquet table, but also a lot of media and tech moguls, a lot of people who will be having some particularly interesting conversations tonight that we are not privy to, I'm afraid. We also know what kind of music will be played, and there's a nod too from the royal household to President Trump, because some of the pieces that will be played, well, they have been played before in Trump's presence many, many times during his political rallies. Some of those pieces of music will be very known to President Trump. This banquet brings to an end the main day of Donald Trump's second state visit to the United Kingdom, a day full of pomp and pageantry. Also, one or two private moments, and it's worth mentioning that there are some of those moments that we do not have any footage of. There is no video, there are no photos. For example, of the moment when President Trump laid a wreath at the tomb of the late Queen Elizabeth II, who of course had invited Donald Trump to his first state visit here to the United Kingdom. That was a state visit that took place both here at Windsor Castle but also at Buckingham Palace in central London. Not this one. This is a state visit that was entirely contained within Windsor Castle because Buckingham Palace is being renovated, but also maybe to keep Donald Trump relatively far away from the public and from protesters, because there were quite a few in central London today, thousands coming together to protest the state visit, the fact that the UK government decided to invite Donald Trump to a state visit to the United Kingdom, but also to protest the policies and the politics of Donald Trump. No contact at all between Donald Trump and essentially the outside world, the public here in Windsor, or any protesters, be it here in Windsor, and we saw a few of them, or in central London. Today we saw quite a few spectacular moments here in Windsor, as tends to be the case with a state visit. A flyover by the Red Arrows, the aerobatic team, though there was a bit of disappointment among the crowds here in Windsor that a joint flypast by F-35 fighter jets from the United States and the United Kingdom was did not happen in the end because of the poor weather conditions here. Typically, British weather is probably the best way of putting it. That is the weather we had here today, but not all too much rain. Also, President Trump got to see some parts of the royal collection, and he also was given a carriage procession through the grounds of the Windsor estate, an extraordinary visual moment and one that will have pleased the President, no doubt, but one that also looked different to past carriage processions. For example, it takes us back to the last state visit here in Windsor. That was French President Emmanuel Macron. His carriage procession happened right here in the streets of Windsor. He was that little bit closer to the population than Donald Trump was during his whole state visit here. Now, this is a visit that will soon move into